Picture this: a lone figure standing atop a windswept hill, the cold breeze tugging at his cloak as he stares at the crumbling ruins of what was once a grand castle. His name is Godric Gryffindor, and in this moment, something extraordinary stirs within him. Not just an idea, but a vision, a sanctuary where young witches and wizards could learn magic freely, without fear or persecution. Can you imagine the weight of that dream, the courage it took to believe it could be real? This is where our story begins, not with a whisper, but with a bold, unshakable resolve that would change the magical world forever. And to every one of you listening tonight, whether you're curled up under blankets or winding down after a long day, we'd love to know, where in the world are you joining us from, and what time does your journey into this tale begin? Let us know in the comments below. There's something magical about sharing this moment together, no matter the miles between us. Think about the world Godric lived in, a time when magic was hidden in shadows, when those born with extraordinary gifts often faced danger simply for existing. Yet here was a man who dared to imagine something different, not just a school, but a refuge, a beacon of hope. It wasn't just about teaching spells or potions. It was about creating a place where young minds could flourish, where they could be proud of who they were. That kind of vision doesn't come lightly. It carries a weight, a responsibility that must have pressed on Godric's shoulders as he stood there, the ruins whispering possibilities. And so, with a heart full of determination, he made a decision. He wouldn't do this alone. He would seek out others, kindred spirits who shared his dream, who understood that magic wasn't just about power, but about community, about protecting one another. This is the story of how 4 extraordinary individuals came together to build something timeless: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. But it's more than just a history lesson. It's a tale of friendship, of daring to defy the darkness, of laying foundations that would last for centuries. Over the next while, we'll walk alongside Godric, Helga, Rowena, and Salazar as they turn a dream into reality, brick by enchanted brick. You'll feel the thrill of their triumphs, the tension of their disagreements, and the sheer magic of their collective vision. So settle in, wherever you are, and let's journey back to the very beginning, to the moment when one man's dream sparked a legacy that would outlive them all. The castle awaits. Godric Gryffindor's journey began with footsteps echoing through dense forests and across misty moors, his path lit only by the flickering light of his wand. He moved through villages where magic was spoken of in hushed tones, where parents hid their children's gifts out of fear. But Godric wasn't just searching for skilled witches and wizards, he was looking for kindred spirits, those who saw magic not as a secret to bury, but as a light to shield and nurture. The road was far from easy. In one village, doors slammed shut at the mention of his purpose. In another, wary eyes followed him from shadowed doorways, whispers of suspicion curling through the air like smoke. Yet he pressed on, because a dream like his demanded more than hope. It demanded action. Then came the night that would cement his legend. Deep in the highlands, where the mountains loomed like silent sentinels, Godric heard the screams first. A family's cottage was under attack, their roof splintered by the massive club of a rogue troll. Most would have fled. Trolls are brutish, unpredictable, their strength unmatched. But Godric didn't hesitate. With a flash of his crimson cloak, he leapt into the fray, his sword gleaming in the moonlight. It wasn't just about skill. It was about the choice to stand when others would fall. The battle was fierce, the ground shaking with every thunderous swing of the troll's fists. But Godric fought with the precision of a duelist and the heart of a guardian. When the beast finally fell, the family emerged, their faces awash with disbelief, then gratitude. Word of his deeds spread like wildfire. A warrior who didn't just wield power, but wielded it for others. That was something people remembered. In taverns and market squares, the story grew with each telling. The man who faced a troll alone, not for glory, but to save strangers. It was this reputation that led him to the next chapter of his quest, a meeting with a witch whose name would soon be etched into history. Helga Hufflepuff was said to dwell in the fertile valleys of Wales, where her kindness was as legendary as her skill with herbology. And so, with the first embers of a legend glowing behind him, Godric turned his steps westward, driven by the unshakable belief that his vision was worth every mile, every struggle. The foundation of Hogwarts wasn't built with stone first. It was built with acts of courage, one after another, until the world had no choice but to take notice. The marketplace hummed with life that morning, merchants calling out prices over the clatter of carts, and the laughter of children darting between stalls. Godric Gryffindor moved through the crowd, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword, not out of fear, but habit. Then he saw her. Rowena Ravenclaw stood beside a book peddler's table, her piercing gaze scanning a weathered tome as if it held the secrets of the universe. She wore no finery, yet something about her commanded attention. The way her fingers traced the pages with reverence, the quiet intensity in her eyes. When she looked up and noticed him watching, there was no shyness, only a challenge in her raised brow. "You're the one they speak of," she said, closing the book with a snap. "The man who thinks he can build a fortress from magic itself." Her voice carried the crisp precision of someone who weighed every word. Godric grinned, unoffended. "A school, not a fortress," he corrected. Rowena's lips curved, but not in warmth. It was the smile of a chess player spotting a weak move. And when the world comes knocking with torches and pitchforks, what then? Walls crumble, Godric. Knowledge doesn't. The air between them crackled with tension, not hostile, but alive. The thrill of two sharp minds testing each other's steel. They argued for hours, pacing the edges of the market as the sun climbed higher. Rowena dissected his plans like a scholar, unraveling a flawed theorem. "You speak of bravery," she said, "but courage alone won't teach a child to harness a storm or soothe a dragon's rage." Godric countered with stories of the families he'd met, how fear kept their gifts stunted, like plants denied sunlight. "Give them a place to stand together," he urged, "and they'll grow taller than we ever could alone." Rowena fell silent then, her gaze drifting to a group of children, giggling over a street magician's tricks. Something shifted in her expression, not surrender, but the first spark of reconsideration. That spark might have flickered out, lost to more debate, if not for the screams that split the afternoon air. Witch hunters, a dozen at least, poured into the square, their leader bellowing about purging the unclean. The crowd scattered, stalls overturning in the panic. Rowena didn't hesitate. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a barrel rolling into the hunter's path, sending two sprawling. Godric's sword flashed free as he charged, not to kill, but to disarm, his movements a dance of restraint and precision. Back to back, they fought Rowena's spells weaving like lightning between Godric's strikes. Her quick-thinking turning market wares into weapons. Ropes became snares, flour sacks exploded into blinding clouds. When the last hunter fled, the square was a wreck, but its people were alive. A woman rushed forward, clutching Rowena's hand. "You saved my boy," she sobbed, pointing to a child hiding beneath a cart. Rowena's usual composure faltered. She looked almost startled by the gratitude. As the townsfolk gathered around, murmuring thanks, Godric caught her eye. No words passed between them, but none were needed. In that moment, both understood what the other had known all along. A school wouldn't just need courage or wisdom. It would need both, braided together like the strands of a spell. Rowena tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her voice quieter now. "Perhaps," she said, "there's room in your vision for a library." Godric's laughter rang out, bright against the tension of the day. "Only if you design it," he replied, and just like that, the argument was over, not won or lost, but transformed. The rivalry between them would linger, but so would something far more potent. The dawning realization that their strengths weren't opposing forces, but different notes in the same symphony. As the sun dipped below the rooftops, painting the cobbles gold, two of Hogwarts' founders walked away from the marketplace, already speaking in low, urgent tones about classrooms and curricula. Their footsteps, carrying them toward a future neither could build alone. The road to Helga Hufflepuff's farm wound through golden fields of barley, each step carrying Godric and Rowena further from the chaos of towns and closer to something quieter, steadier. They found her kneeling in an herb garden, her sleeves rolled to the elbows, dirt smudged across her forehead like a badge of honor. Around her, children darted between rows of plants, some whispering to the soil, others coaxing vines to twist into shapes only they could see. This wasn't just a home, it was a haven, alive with the kind of magic that didn't need wands or grand gestures. Helga looked up as they approached, wiping her hands on her apron, her smile as warm as the afternoon sun. "You're the ones building castles in the sky," she said, and there was no mockery in her voice, only curiosity. Rowena, ever the skeptic, arched a brow. "And you're the woman turning weeds into wonders." A laugh bubbled out of Helga, rich and unguarded. "Oh, the weeds do most of the work. I just remind them they're capable of more." That night, over a meal of hearty stew and crusty bread, Helga's story unfolded. She spoke of finding magical children left on church steps, hidden in haylofts, or wandering roads alone, their gifts either too dangerous or too strange for the world to tolerate. "They didn't need a sword or a library," she said, passing a loaf to a tiny girl with leaves tangled in her hair. "They just needed someone to say, 'You belong here.'" Godric's fingers tightened around his tankard. Here was a woman who'd built a family from scraps of hope, brick by invisible brick. Then the fever came. Word reached the farm at dawn. A sickness had taken root in the village below, swift and merciless. While others barred their doors, Helga was already packing satchels with tinctures and salves. "You can't save everyone," Rowena warned, but Helga merely tied her hair back with a determined snap of cloth. "No, but I can try for the ones in front of me." What followed were days blurred into nights, Helga moving from cot to cot, her hands steady even as exhaustion shadowed her eyes. She didn't just heal with magic. She knelt to hold trembling hands, sang lullabies in languages long forgotten, and when a child cried for their mother, Helga didn't flinch. "I'm here," she'd murmur, brushing sweat-damp hair from small brows. "You're not alone." One evening, as Godric helped carry water from the well, he caught Rowena watching Helga through a cottage window, her expression unreadable. "What's that look for?" he asked. Rowena's voice was softer than he'd ever heard it. "I spent years believing knowledge was the only armor against the world." But a pause. She disarms it with kindness. By the time the plague loosened its grip, something unspoken had settled between the three of them. Over a fire pit, its embers painting their faces in flickering light, Helga broke the silence. "Your school," she said, "will it have a place for the ones who don't fit?" The slow learners, the late bloomers. Godric opened his mouth, but Rowena spoke first. "It must," she said, and the certainty in her voice surprised even herself. Helga's smile was a quiet victory. "Then you'll need someone to tend the hearth." And just like that, the heart of Hogwarts found its keeper, not in towering spires or enchanted swords, but in the woman who knew that magic, true magic, grew strongest when rooted in patience, when watered with the belief that every soul deserved a chance to flourish. As the fire burned low, the first stones of their dream no longer felt like just ambition. They felt like a promise. The marsh clung to them before they even saw it, a thick, greenish mist winding around their ankles as the solid ground gave way to spongy earth. It was Rowena who spotted him first, a silhouette against the gnarled roots of a drowned oak. Salazar Slytherin didn't step forward to greet them. He let them come to him, his sharp features half hidden beneath the hood of a cloak, stitched with serpentine patterns. There was a stillness to him, like the pause between lightning and thunder. "You seek builders for your school," he said, not a question but an observation, his voice as smooth as the water sliding over the marsh's hidden stones. Godric's hand drifted toward his sword, not in threat, but instinct. There was something unsettling in the way Salazar's gaze lingered on the children, trailing behind Helga. His eyes, narrowing as a small boy, fumbled a simple levitation charm. "You'd waste your talents on every stray with a spark in their veins." The words were quiet, almost amused, but they carried the weight of a challenge. The debate that followed wasn't like Rowena's sharp, intellectual sparring or Helga's gentle persuasion. Salazar spoke in riddles and razor-edged truths. His arguments coiled like the snakes he seemed to favor. "Magic is a legacy," he insisted, tracing a symbol in the air that glowed venomous green. "Dilute it, and you invite weakness. The Muggles will never accept us. Why should we trust their spawn among our secrets?" Helga's fists clenched at her sides, but it was Godric who stepped forward, his voice low. "We're not here to hoard magic like dragons on gold. We're here to protect it, and that means protecting the ones who need it most." For a long moment, the marsh held its breath. Then Salazar did something unexpected. He laughed, a sound like dry reeds scraping together. "Noble," he said, tilting his head. "And naive, but I'll join you." The concession came too easily, and that should have been their first warning. What followed was a demonstration that left no room for refusal. A flick of his wrist sent the marsh waters churning into towering, liquid serpents, their forms precise as carved jade before dissolving into mist. Ancient magic, nearly forgotten, wielded with effortless mastery. Even Rowena, ever the skeptic, couldn't mask her fascination, and so the four stood together, bound by a shared dream, but divided by the very foundations of it. What Salazar brought was undeniable: knowledge of rituals buried for centuries, an uncanny ability to bend creatures to his will, a mind as sharp as the fangs of the adders he whispered to. But with each passing day, the cracks deepened. He'd watch with cold detachment as Helga patiently guided a struggling student, or smirk when a muggle-born spell fizzled. The others made Accuses' genius often walks hand in hand with pride. Rowena reasoned, but pride doesn't poison wells. The breaking point came quietly, as such things often do. A girl with dirt-smudged cheeks and a laugh like wind chimes. A farmer's daughter, her magic raw but bright, performed a perfect shield charm to protect her friend from a wayward hex. Salazar's chair scraped back as he stood, his voice cutting through the applause. A fluke, he spat, or stolen knowledge, you'd risk us all for sentiment. The silence that followed was heavier than any shout. They didn't cast him out that day, not yet, but the seed was planted, and roots grow deepest in the places we least expect. While Godric sharpened swords and Helga stirred healing drafts, while Rowena charted the stars for their grand castle's foundations, Salazar walked the edges of their growing dream, whispering to the shadows. The marsh had never left him. It lived in the spaces between his words, in the quiet hiss of promises unspoken. And as the first stones of Hogwarts rose into the sky, so too did the walls between them, invisible but unshakable. The irony wasn't lost on Rowena. Years later, the four founders had built a castle to withstand armies, enchanted its halls to outlast centuries. But the fault lines had been there from the beginning, hidden beneath the mortar, waiting for the weight of time to make them split. The night air hummed with possibility, the kind of quiet that comes before something extraordinary begins. Above them, the stars seemed to press closer, as if leaning in to witness the moment. Godric Gryffindor drew his sword not in threat, but in offering, and planted it point first into the soft earth. The metal caught the moonlight, gleaming like a promise. "With this, I pledge my courage," he said, his voice steady. "Not just to fight, but to stand when others would falter. To teach that true strength lies in the choice to protect, not dominate." The blade didn't waver, its reflection stretching toward the others like an invitation. Rowena Ravenclaw stepped forward next, her arms cradling a weathered tome, its pages thick with handwritten spells and star charts. She laid it gently atop a flat stone, her fingers lingering on the cover. "Knowledge is no use hoarded," she said, and for once there was no sharpness in her tone, only conviction. "Let these pages light the way for curious minds. Let no question go unanswered, no idea unexamined." The book seemed to glow faintly, as if the words inside recognized the weight of the moment. Helga Hufflepuff needed no grand gestures. She simply knelt, pressing her palms into the soil, letting the earth speak for her. When she lifted her hands, a single seedling curled between her fingers, its leaves unfurling with unnatural speed. "A hearth isn't just fire," she said, her voice warm as embers. "It's the space where all are welcome, where patience is the mortar that holds us together." The plant twisted into a tiny vine, weaving around her wrist like a living bracelet. Then came Salazar Slytherin. He didn't move at first, his hooded gaze flickering over each of them with something unreadable. When he finally extended his hand, a serpent slithered from his sleeve, coiling around his forearm. "Magic is not for the unworthy," he murmured, and the words hung heavy in the air. "But for those who prove themselves, let them learn what others fear to teach." The snake's tongue flicked out, tasting the charged silence. They clasped hands then, sword, book, vine, and serpent, and the ground trembled. Not violently, but deeply, as if the earth itself was stirring from sleep. Stones rose from the soil, not haphazardly, but with purpose, stacking themselves into arches and walls, as if guided by invisible hands. The air shimmered with spells woven into the very mortar, each founder's magic braiding together. Godric's enchantments to repel dark forces, Rowena's runes etched into the foundations, Helga's charms to make the castle's halls feel like home, and Salazar's whispered incantations to guard its deepest secrets. It should have been a perfect moment, but perfection is a fragile thing. As the towers climbed higher, their shadows stretching across the grass, Salazar's grip tightened slightly, not enough to be noticed, but enough to matter. His eyes lingered on the distant tree line, where the ordinary world lay hidden in darkness. The others were too caught in the wonder of creation to see it. The flicker of doubt, the unspoken, what if that would one day unravel the very seams they were stitching together? For now, though, there was only this. 4 hands joined, 4 voices raised in unison as the castle's silhouette pierced the sky. Hogwarts was no longer a dream. It was a testament to courage, to curiosity, to kindness, and to the cunning that would both defend and divide it. The stars bore witness, but they kept their secrets. Some storms take centuries to brew. The first stones of Hogwarts rose not by wandwork alone, but by the sheer force of will. 4 masters of magic, pouring their essence into every archway, every corridor. Godric Gryffindor's laughter echoed through the half-built halls as he carved staircases that would one day shift and twist with a life of their own. Let them keep their wits about them, he'd say, testing each step with the weight of his boots. His enchantments weren't just functional, they were challenges in disguise, teaching resilience with every unexpected turn. High above, Rowena Ravenclaw whispered to the ceilings, her fingers tracing constellations onto the vaulted stone. The library she designed was no mere collection of books. It was a living thing, shelves rearranging themselves to guide seekers toward answers, ladders sliding soundlessly toward curious hands. "A mind unchallenged is a wand unlit," she murmured, and the very air seemed to hum in agreement. Meanwhile, Helga Hufflepuff's domain grew in the castle's warm underbelly. Her kitchens brimmed with self-stirring cauldrons and ovens that never scorched a loaf, but her pride lay in the greenhouses. Glass panes arched like enchanted petals over beds of soil she'd blessed herself, where even the most temperamental mandrakes thrummed contentedly. Magic shouldn't just live in the mind, she'd remind the others, pressing a sprig of rosemary into their palms. It grows from the earth too, if you're patient enough to listen. And then there were the shadows. Salazar Slytherin moved through the foundations like a phantom, his spells threading through the mortar like serpentine veins. The passages he crafted weren't meant for shortcuts or storage. They coiled beneath the castle's skin, doors appearing only for those who knew the right whispers. But when he gathered the others in the great hall one evening, his proposal wasn't for a hidden corridor, a chamber he said, the firelight carving hollows beneath his cheekbones. A vault beneath the lake, where only the worthy may tread. His fingers flexed around his wand, and for the first time, the air between them didn't buzz with collaboration. It crackled with warning. Godric's hand went to his sword hilt on instinct, worthy by whose measure. The question hung like a blade unsheathed. Salazar's smile was thin. By blood? By birthright? Or do you truly believe a pig farmer's brat could master the arts I've safeguarded for centuries? Helga's gasp was sharp, but it was Rowena who stepped forward, her voice colder than the dungeons. You'd hide knowledge like a miser hoards gold. The argument that followed wasn't the quick flare of tempers, it was the slow, seething burn of ideals colliding. Salazar's words were razors wrapped in silk. Sentiment will be this castle's undoing. Godric's reply came like a hammer strike. Exclusion will. They didn't part ways that night. Not outwardly. The chamber's existence became the thing they didn't discuss. Its entrance concealed beneath layers of spells and denials. But the rift had been named, and some wounds, once opened, never truly closed. The founders returned to their work, Godric to his towers, Rowena to her stars, Helga to her hearth. But now, when Salazar slipped into the depths alone, no one asked where he went. The castle grew around their silence, its walls thrumming with both unity and discord, a living testament to the paradox they'd become, 4 hearts bound by a dream, divided by what it meant to protect it. Years later, students would whisper that Hogwarts itself seemed to breathe, its very stones pulsing with ancient magic. Few realized how literal that was. The castle remembered. It remembered Godric's booming proclamations in the Great Hall, Rowena's midnight murmurs over blueprints, Helga's lullabies echoing from the kitchens. And deep below, where the lake's pressure made the torches gutter, it remembered Salazar's final words to the empty chamber. Words not of farewell, but of waiting. The first autumn leaves had barely begun to blush gold when the children arrived, clutching trunks, clutching hands, their eyes wide as the castle's towers loomed overhead. Some came in fine velvet cloaks, their pockets jingling with enchanted trinkets from home. Others wore patched tunics and shoes worn thin from miles of walking. But in that moment, it didn't matter. The sight of Hogwarts' great oak doors swinging open stole the breath from every throat. Godric met them first, his booming voice cutting through the nervous chatter. Wands at the ready, he called, and before the children could blink, the courtyard became a whirl of spellfire, not as a test, but as a celebration. Sparks arced like fireworks, and his laughter was contagious as he demonstrated disarming charms with a flourish. Magic isn't just in your hands, he'd say, tapping a freckled boy's chest. It's here, and that makes you dangerous. To the darkness, never to each other. His lessons were loud, messy, and alive with the thrill of discovery. Up in the library's celestial dome, Rowena's students learned a different kind of danger. A poorly cast spell might singe your robes, she warned, tracing a finger down an ancient scroll, but a poorly questioned idea that can burn down kingdoms. Her puzzles had no simple solutions, labyrinths of logic, star charts that rearranged themselves at midnight. When a girl with ink-stained fingers solved a riddle 3 others had abandoned, Rowena's rare smile was worth more than house points. Curiosity, she murmured, is the only compass you'll ever need. Meanwhile, Helga's domain smelled of yeast and earth. Her classroom tables groaned under pies that sang when sliced and herbs that whispered their uses, if you bent close enough. She had a knack for spotting the ones who lingered at the edges, the girl who flinched at loud noises, the boy who hid his mangled spellwork. Try again, she'd insist, pressing a warm biscuit into their palms. Magic isn't a race, it's a seed, and seeds grow at their own pace. By winter, even the shyest could coax light from a wand without trembling. But in the dungeons, where torchlight licked the damp stones, Salazar's lessons carried a sharper edge. His favored students, those with lineages he could trace back through grimoires and graves, received whispered praise, extra scrolls tucked into their satchels at dusk. The others, they learned too, but differently. Observe, he'd hiss when a tanner's daughter botched a potion. Your betters make no such mistakes. The words slithered under doors, into common rooms, until some first years stopped raising their hands altogether. The fracture wasn't sudden. It was the slow drip of a leaking roof, Godric's booming protests at supper, Rowena's tightened lips when Salazar dismissed a muggle-born's essay, Helga's hands clenched around her apron as another child crept to her kitchens in tears. Yet for all their clashes, the founders still stood together at feasts, still toasted to Hogwarts' future, until the night a parchment appeared on the great hall doors, its elegant script declaring Salazar's decree: magic must remain pure, or it will perish. The ink gleamed wet in the candlelight, fresh as a wound. That was when Godric's sword found its way into his grip without thought. That was when Rowena's books snapped shut like traps. That was when Helga's gentle hands finally stilled. The castle itself seemed to hold its breath, the enchanted ceiling flickering, the staircases pausing mid-turn. Because this wasn't just a disagreement anymore, it was a choice, and choices, once made, echo through stone just as loudly as through flesh. The crackling fire in the great hall cast long shadows that night, twisting like restless spirits across the stone walls. At the center stood young Elspeth, a miller's daughter, with calloused hands and a knack for charms that left even the most seasoned students gaping. Her latest feat: mending a shattered stained glass window, not by repairing it, but by persuading the fragments to remember their original form, the colors flowing back together like liquid light. The applause had barely faded when Salazar's chair screeched against the flagstones, his voice a blade unsheathed. "This is how traditions crumble," he hissed, his gaze sweeping the hall. Letting outsiders plunder secrets they've no right to touch. Godric was on his feet before the last syllable faded, his fist slamming onto the table hard enough to make the goblets tremble. That outsider just outshone half your precious purebloods. The words hung in the air, thick as the tension between them. For months, they danced around this clash, but now the veneer of civility, shattered like the window Elspeth had mended. Salazar's lip curled. Talent without lineage is a spark without tinder bright, but doomed to gutter out. Or have you forgotten what's at stake? His fingers flexed around his wand, and the torches dimmed as if in warning. Helga stepped between them, her usual warmth replaced by a steely resolve. Enough, a single word, but it carried the weight of a woman who'd spent years soothing fevers and fears alike. This child isn't a threat. She's proof that magic chooses where it wills. Her hands, usually busy kneading dough or tending sprouts, spread in entreaty. Must we become the very thing we sought to escape? A world that measures worth by bloodlines instead of hearts, Silence. Then Rowena's quill tapped against parchment, a deliberate, calculating sound. "If lineage is your concern," she said, her eyes glinting like polished flint, "let us test her properly. The old trials, the ones your ancestors used to separate scholars from charlatans." She pushed a weathered tome across the table, its pages open to an illustration of a serpent coiled around a sword. If she passes, she stays. If not, a shrug, but her gaze never wavered. "Even you can't argue with ancestral precedent." Salazar's laugh was a dry rasp, devoid of humor. "Clever, but you mistake my objection for doubt." He leaned forward, the firelight carving hollows beneath his cheekbones. "This isn't about her skill, it's about the precedent. Open these doors too wide, and one day it won't be a gifted witch who walks in. It'll be the villagers we fled from, carrying torches and nooses." The truth of his fear flickered there raw and real, but twisted by years of bitterness. Godric's sword sang as he drew it, not in threat, but in oath. "Then we'll fight, together," that was the promise, wasn't it? The blade's edge caught the light, casting a silver slash across the table between them. "Or did your vows only extend to those who share your ancestry?" Something in Salazar's face hardened then, a door slamming shut behind his eyes. Without another word, he turned, his cloak swirling like storm clouds as he strode toward the exit. At the threshold, he paused, his voice barely above a whisper, but carrying the weight of a curse. "Mark my words, this castle will remember who sought to preserve its sanctity. And when the others come, as they always do, my legacy will remain, even if yours rot with compromise." The door groaned shut behind him, its echo lingering like a funeral knell. In the stillness that followed, Elspeth's small voice piped up from the corner where she'd been forgotten. I can leave if I've caused trouble." Helga was beside her in an instant, cupping the girl's face with hands that had healed 100 hurts. "You've caused nothing but wonder, my dear." But the glance she exchanged with the others spoke volumes. Some fractures couldn't be mended with magic. Some ran deeper than stone, and so the founders stood, not 4 and a more, but 3 and a ghost, bound by a dream that had splintered under the weight of its own ideals. The candles guttered, the castle sighed, and somewhere in the depths, beneath the black lake's murmuring surface, something ancient and patient stirred in the dark. Waiting. The whispers started in the pipes first, a hissing cadence that slithered through the castle's veins when the corridors were empty. Prefects dismissed it as drafts or faulty enchantments, but the first year who swore she heard syllables in the noise was sent to Rowena Ravenclaw's study with a note labeled Hysteria. Rowena's quill froze mid-sentence when the girl imitated the sound, her small voice twisting around words no human throat should replicate. "Open," the child whispered, her pupils dilated. "Open for me." Rowena found Godric at dawn, her robes still damp from pacing the dungeons. "It's Parcel Tongue," she said, slamming a ledger of Salazar's personal spells onto his desk. "And it's not residual magic, it's calling to someone." Godric's chair tipped back with a creak, his boots propped on the table, as if levity could diffuse her urgency. "Old castles groan, Rowena, even the portraits gossip. You'd condemn him for whispers." His grin faltered when she flipped the ledger open to a page warped by lake water, where Salazar's sketches of a basilisk coiled beneath the words "last defense." Helga noticed the boy before the others, a quiet Slytherin with ink stains on his cuffs and a habit of lingering near the second-floor lavatory. At first, she assumed he was fleeing bullies. Then she saw the way the torches guttered when he passed, how the sink taps twisted toward him like compass needles. She left a honey cake on his usual windowsill with a note, "Midnight in the kitchens. No questions, just warmth." But when she reached for his hand across the flour-dusted table, he recoiled, his sleeve slipping to reveal scales etching up his wrist. "He chose me," the boy mumbled, eyes glassy. "Said I was worthy." Godric stormed the chamber's rumored entrance alone, his sword gleaming in the unstable light of Lumos. The serpentine carvings mocked him, their emerald eyes glinting as he traced the wall for seams. "Show yourself," he roared, striking the stone with the pommel. Only silence answered, the awful, knowing silence of a castle holding its breath. When Rowena found him there at daybreak, his knuckles split and raw, she didn't gloat. She simply pressed a handkerchief to his wounds and said, "Love makes fools of even the wisest, Godric, but now we're all in the monster's path." By supper, the boy was gone. His bed lay neatly made, a single scale glistening on his pillow like a farewell. Helga pocketed it before the others could see, her heart a drumbeat of dread. Some betrayals aren't marked by shouts or swords, but by the quiet things, the empty chair where a child should be, the way a trusted hand hesitates before clasping yours, the realization that the friend you'd die for has already buried you in his mind. The chamber was real, and the monster within it had learned to whisper names. The corridors of Hogwarts had never felt so cold. It began with a single scream, a sound so sharp it cut through the usual hum of student chatter like a knife. They found her at the base of the astronomy tower, rigid as marble, her hands frozen in a futile defensive stance. The girl's face was twisted in terror, her eyes wide and unblinking, reflecting not the present horror, but whatever had come before. The torchlight flickered across her petrified form, casting elongated shadows that seemed to slither away, as if even the darkness feared to linger too close. Rowena Ravenclaw arrived first, her fingers trembling as they hovered over the girl's petrified cheek. "This isn't dark magic," she murmured, more to herself than the gathering crowd. "This is something older." Behind her, whispers spread like wildfire, students clutching each other, professors exchanging glances heavy with dread. Then came the realization, slow and sickening. The hissing in the walls hadn't been pipes. It hadn't been imagination. It had been a summons. Godric's reaction was volcanic. He stormed into the great hall where the students huddled, his sword unsheathed, its edge catching the candlelight like a threat. "A child," he growled, his voice trembling with barely leashed fury. He used a child as his messenger, then left her to pay the price. The accusation hung in the air, unspoken but deafening. Salazar did this. The weight of his old friend's betrayal pressed down on him, not just as a founder, but as a man who'd once clasped that same hand in solidarity. Helga moved differently, quietly, purposefully. While others panicked, she worked. Her infirmary swelled with students too frightened to sleep, their nightmares given form. She brewed vials of calming drafts with hands that refused to shake, her voice a steady hum as she assured them, "No harm will come to you here." But the truth flickered in her eyes each time she glanced at the doors. How do you protect children from a monster that slithers through stone? Rowena's research was relentless. Scrolls piled high in her tower, each one a piece of the puzzle. The basilisk wasn't just a myth, it was a masterpiece of cruelty. A serpent bred to purge the unworthy, its gaze a death sentence, its venom incurable by any known antidote. The notes she found were in Salazar's hand, clinical, precise, devoid of remorse. The chamber's guardian will sleep until my heir commands it, he'd written, as casually as one might note the weather. The confrontation was inevitable. They met in the chamber's antechamber, the founder's once united magic, now a tangled web of distrust. Godric's sword pointed at the carved serpent on the wall. We end this, now. Rowena's voice was steel. You can't swing a blade at what you can't see. We need a plan. Helga, ever the bridge between them, pressed a hand to the stone. It's still his magic, she said softly, which means part of him is still in there, maybe enough to listen. The silence that followed was heavier than any spell. To face the basilisk was one thing, to face the ghost of their own fractured fellowship, that was the true test. Somewhere beneath their feet, the beast stirred, its hunger echoing through the castle's bones. Above, the students whispered, prayed, clutched their wands like talismans, and between them all, between the love that had built Hogwarts and the fear that threatened to unravel it, stood four souls, bound by a choice, to let the past divide them, or to stand together one last time. The torches guttered. Somewhere, a pipe hissed, and deep below, something ancient and patient opened its eyes. The air in the chamber was thick with damp and decay, the torchlight flickering against walls carved with serpentine runes that seemed to writhe in the shifting shadows. Godric Gryffindor's boots echoed against the stone as he stepped forward, his sword unsheathed, its edge glinting like a sliver of moonlight. Across from him, Salazar Slytherin stood motionless, his wand raised, the tip glowing with a sickly green light. The space between them crackled with unspoken accusations, the weight of years of trust now turned to ash. You turned a child into your pawn, Godric snarled, his voice rough with fury. Left her petrified like some trophy of your pride. Salazar's smile was thin, humorless. Pride, no, Godric, preservation. His gaze flickered to the towering statue of his own likeness, its stone mouth gaping like a gateway to some unspeakable depth. While you coddle the unworthy, I've ensured our legacy survives. The first spell came without warning, a whip of emerald fire that Godric barely deflected, his sword singing as it cleaved the magic midair. The clash sent sparks cascading to the floor, illuminating the basilisk skeletons carved into the tiles beneath their feet. Rowena Ravenclaw's voice cut through the din as she and Helga burst into the chamber, their wands aloft. This madness ends now. Rowena's usually impeccable braid was coming undone, strands of hair clinging to her sweat-dampened temples. You'd tear Hogwarts apart over a feud written in blood. Helga, ever the peacemaker, stretched a hand toward Salazar, her palm upturned. We can still mend this, together. For a heartbeat, the chamber held its breath. Then Salazar laughed, a sound like dry leaves scraping against stone. Together, he stepped backward, his cloak swirling around him like ink in water. You made your choice when you opened our doors to those who would see us burned. His wand traced a final, intricate pattern in the air, and the ground beneath them trembled. From the statue's mouth came a hiss, low and primordial, as something vast began to uncoil in the darkness. My heir will come, Salazar whispered, already fading into the chamber's gloom. And when they do, the castle will remember whose blood built it. The silence after his departure was deafening. Godric's sword tip hit the ground with a dull clang, his shoulders sagging under the weight of grief. Helga's fingers found Rowena's sleeve, clutching it like an anchor. The chamber, once a symbol of unity, now stood as a tomb for their fractured dream. Somewhere above, students whispered in candlelit dormitories, unaware that the shadows beneath their feet stretched longer tonight, hungry with the promise of a war not yet over. The founders had built Hogwarts to withstand centuries, but no enchantment could shield it from the poison of a betrayal this deep, and so they stood, 3 where there had once been 4, surrounded by the echoes of what they'd lost. The torches guttered, the serpentine carvings watched, unblinking. Outside, the first cold winds of autumn howled through the castle's towers, carrying with them a warning: some wounds never truly heal. They only wait. The stone floors of the great hall still bore the scuff marks from their last confrontation, silent witnesses to the rift that had torn their fellowship apart. Yet in the quiet that followed, something unexpected took root, not bitterness, but resolve. Godric Griffin-Dore knelt beside the cold hearth, his calloused fingers tracing the carvings of intertwined serpents and lions that once symbolized their unity. "We can't let his shadow become the castle's legacy," he muttered, lifting his gaze to meet Rowena's. She stood by the enchanted ceiling, its starry expanse flickering as if reflecting her racing thoughts. "Then we rebuild," she said simply, starting with the one thing he underestimated, the hearts of those who remain. And rebuild they did. Gryffindor's hands, more accustomed to sword grips than needlework, spent nights stitching enchantments into a weathered old hat pulled from a forgotten chest. "It'll see what we couldn't," he explained to a group of wide-eyed first years as he placed the sorting hat upon a stool. "Not just talent or blood, but the choices that define you." When the hat sang its first song, a ballad of unity and second chances, even the suits of armor lining the halls seemed to stand taller. Meanwhile, Rowena Ravenclaw walked the castle's boundaries with a silver quill, inscribing runes so intricate they made the air hum. Each stroke was a vow. No hidden passages would go unwatched, no whispered curse unchallenged. Her greatest work glimmered atop the astronomy tower, a compass rose etched into the floor stones, its needles pointing not to north, but to any student in peril. "Hogwarts protects its own," she whispered, and the castle sighed in agreement, its stones shifting almost imperceptibly to seal the cracks Salazar had left behind. But it was Helga Hufflepuff who carried the heaviest burden. While others fortified walls, she fortified souls. Her pockets were always full, of toffees to soothe homesickness, of handkerchiefs for hidden tears, of tiny pots of murtlap essence for the sting of failed spells. She transformed the worst insults, Hufflepuff, sneered a brawny third year, into badges of honor, embroidering a badger onto the house banners with golden thread. "Kindness isn't weakness," she'd remind them, stirring a cauldron of soup large enough to feed every table. "It's the only magic that grows stronger when shared." The absence of the fourth chair at the high table ached like a missing tooth, but the founders no longer flinched at the emptiness. Instead, they filled it with purpose. When rumors reached them of Salazar's followers whispering in dark corners, they didn't bar the doors or sharpen weapons. They lit extra candles in the library, baked double batches of treacle tart, and made sure every lonely first year had someone to walk them to class. The message was clear. This castle wasn't just a fortress. It was a home, and so Hogwarts endured, not in spite of the fracture, but because of what grew in its cracks, a resilience woven from Godric's courage, Rowena's vigilance, and Helga's unwavering care. The Sorting Hat's song echoed through the generations, a living reminder that some divisions run deep, but so too can healing. High above the great hall, the enchanted ceiling glittered with stars no storm could dim, each one a silent promise. You belong here. The great hall buzzed with anticipation, the enchanted ceiling shimmering like a captured piece of the night sky. First years huddled together, their faces flickering in the candlelight, clutching the edges of their robes as if they might float away. At the center of it all sat a ragged, patched hat atop a three-legged stool, an unlikely oracle. Then, without warning, the hat twitched. A rip near the brim widened like a mouth, and the entire hall gasped as it burst into song. Oh, the Founders Four, though one's no more, still whisper in my seams. Godric Griffin-Dore leaned against the staff table, his arms crossed, watching as the hat's voice wove through verses of courage and cunning, of loyalty and lightning-quick minds. Beside him, Rowena's fingers tapped absently against her goblet, her sharp eyes tracking every flicker of reaction from the children. You gave it rhyme, she murmured, arching a brow. Godric grinned, and you gave it eyes. Between the two of us, it sees more than we ever did. The first child called forward a tiny girl with singed cuffs from a mishandled spark spell, nearly tripped on her way to the stool. The hat barely touched her head before bellowing, Griffin-Dore. The scarlet and gold table erupted in cheers, and Helga Hufflepuff clapped so hard her braid came undone. But it was the next sorting that hushed the room. A boy with ink-stained fingers and a perpetually furrowed brow sat rigid as the hat debated aloud. Clever enough for Ravenclaw, yes, but oh, what fire beneath. Like a dragon hiding in a library, the paws stretched, then Slytherin. A murmur rippled through the hall, not disapproval, but surprise. The boy's shoulders slumped, not in disappointment, but relief. Salazar's absence loomed, but his house remained, its silver and green banners rippling as if stirred by an unseen hand. Helga caught the boy's eye as he shuffled to his table and offered a smile that said, "You belong here too." By midnight, when the last sleepy first year had been steered to their dormitory, the Founders lingered in the hall. Rowena traced the edge of the Sorting Hat with something like reverence. "It sees what we couldn't," she admitted. "Not just who they are, but who they might become." Godric nodded, staring at the empty space where Salazar's chair had once stood. "He'd have hated this," he said, chuckling. A singing hat deciding his precious legacy. Helga blew out the nearest candle, her face half in shadow. Or perhaps, she mused, he'd have been proud to see ambition tempered by fellowship. Even the cleverest snake needs a flock to hunt with. The words hung in the air, lighter than the silence that followed. Above them, the enchanted ceiling dimmed, stars winking out one by one, as if even the castle itself was settling into dream of unity, of second chances, and of the 1,000 futures yet to unfold under its watchful stones. Time has a way of softening even the sharpest edges, but some shadows never fully fade. The halls of Hogwarts rang with laughter and the clatter of spellwork, its stones warmed by generations of students who knew nothing of the Founders' fractured past. Godric Gryffindor's beard had gone the color of storm clouds, his booming voice now rasping slightly as he demonstrated disarming spells to wide-eyed third years. Again, he'd cough, swiping his sleeve across his forehead when they protested. The day you stop practicing is the day your enemy doesn't. His office walls were lined with the polished shields of former students, each one a story, a life he'd helped shape. Yet if you looked closely, you'd notice the space above his fireplace remained conspicuously empty, as if waiting for a shield that would never come. Up in the highest tower, Rowena Ravenclaw's quill never stilled. Her once neat braid now streaked with silver, she filled parchment after parchment with spells that would outlast her, her handwriting growing more frantic with each passing year. The library shelves groaned under the weight of her knowledge, tomes on celestial navigation, treatises on the ethics of transfiguration, even a slim volume titled When Riddles Fail, The Limits of Logic. But the book she clutched to her chest in those final hours was blank save for a single page, where she'd scrawled a riddle in ink that shimmered like mist. Beneath the weeper's silent gaze, where echoes dance but voices fade, the air's path winds through whispered halls, the rest vanished when touched, as if the words themselves were shy. Her daughter Helena would later claim she died smiling, her fingers curled around a silver quill gone cold. Meanwhile, Helga Hufflepuff's footsteps had worn grooves in the flagstones between the kitchens and the hospital wing. Age had rounded her shoulders, but never dulled the warmth in her hands as she pressed chamomile sachets into homesick palms or braided daisy chains for first years too scared to sleep. There now, she'd murmur, tucking blankets around a shivering child. Monsters hate kindness almost as much as they hate sunlight. But sometimes, when the hearth burned low, she'd catch herself setting out 4 mugs instead of 3, the steam curling uselessly over the untouched one. The castle itself seemed to remember what its inhabitants did not. First years would swear the staircases hesitated sometimes, as if deciding whether to lead them astray. Prefects chasing rule breakers through the dungeons would find their lanterns guttering near certain walls, where the stones breathed a faint, hissing draft. And every few years, without fail, a particularly observant student might notice the way the great hall's enchanted ceiling never quite reflected the weather outside when a storm rolled in, as if the sky above Hogwarts was still trying to mend something broken long ago. On the morning, they buried Rowena beside the Black Lake, her riddles tucked into her clasped hands. A single wreath of silver ivy appeared on her grave. No one saw who placed it there, but the gardener's boy swore he heard a whisper in the reeds, not parcel tongue, not any language he knew, just 2 syllables, sighed like an apology. That night, the Sorting Hat sang a new verse no one could recall teaching it. For every door that closes fast, a crack remains to whisper past. The students cheered, thinking it part of the feast's entertainment. Only the portraits exchanged glances, their painted eyes following the empty spaces where shadows pooled just a little thicker than they should. The final years of the founders unfolded like the last pages of a well-loved book, worn at the edges but brimming with meaning. Godric Gryffindor's hands, once steady around a sword, now trembled as he traced the serpentine carvings near the chamber's entrance one last time. With a whispered incantation, his wand flared crimson, weaving a lattice of protective spells so dense, even the stones seemed to hum in response. Let no one open this path unless their heart matches the castle's own, he murmured, pressing his palm to the damp wall. When he stepped back, the carvings had vanished, leaving only smooth, unbroken stone, a secret buried but not forgotten. His portrait, painted that very evening, captured him mid-laugh, his sword raised not in battle but in salute, as if to say, "The fight continues without me." Rowena Ravenclaw's farewell was quieter, but no less profound. She spent her last days in the library's highest alcove, her quill darting across parchment like a hummingbird in flight. The final enchantment she crafted wasn't a lock or a barrier, but a promise. Any student lost in the stacks need only whisper, "I seek understanding," and the shelves would part, guiding them to the knowledge they needed. As the last rune dried, her breath caught not in pain, but in triumph. Her portrait, placed beside the restricted section, shows her glancing sideways, a smirk playing at her lips, as if still pondering a riddle only she could solve. Helga Hufflepuff's departure was a tapestry of small, tender moments. She baked one last batch of biscuits, leaving them wrapped in honey-stained cloth on the kitchen table. Her final act was to adjust the angle of her portrait near the Great Hall's entrance, ensuring it faced the Hufflepuff table directly. "Mind you keep the hearth warm," she told the house elves, chuckling as they burst into tears. When the portrait awoke, it didn't just smile. It leaned forward to tuck loose hair behind a first-year's ear, or passed a napkin to a student with butterbeer foam on their chin. Some swear they've seen her wink at particularly bold badger-themed pranks. The castle absorbed their absences like rain into thirsty soil. Gryffindor's sword appeared one morning in his portrait's hand, its edge gleaming despite centuries of dust. Ravenclaw's book of riddles began updating itself, fresh ink appearing after particularly clever student answers, and on the coldest nights, when the wind howled through the corridors, Helga's portrait would hum a lullaby no one remembered teaching her. Their magic didn't fade. It seeped deeper into the creak of the staircases, the way the candles flared when a nervous first year took their sorting, the way the castle itself seemed to sigh when a lost child finally found their way. Generations later, a small girl with dirt under her nails would press her ear to the chamber's sealed wall, hearing not a hiss, but a heartbeat. A boy hiding from bullies in the library would feel a gentle tug on his sleeve, guiding him to a book titled "When Courage Feels Small." And every feast, without fail, the scent of freshly baked shortbread would drift through the hall, though no plate could be found. The founders were gone, but Hogwarts remembered. The castle had slept for centuries, but never deeply, its stones humming with restless magic, its staircases pausing mid-turn as if listening for footsteps long overdue. Then, one autumn evening, the air in the headmaster's office thickened like storm clouds. The portrait of Godric Gryffindor stiffened, his hand tightening around his sword's hilt. Across the room, Rowena Ravenclaw's painted quill hovered over an unfinished riddle, ink dripping onto her parchment like a warning. Even Helga Hufflepuff's usual smile faltered as she turned toward the sorting hat, its frayed brim trembling. Only Salazar Slytherin's frame remained empty, its canvas dark, but the whispers in the pipes grew louder that night, hissing words only the snakes could understand. The boy arrived like a shadow, slipping through a cracked door, small for his age, with knobby knees and a mop of black hair that refused to stay flattened. Tom Riddle carried himself with a quiet intensity, his 2 clean robes and polished shoes at odds with the orphanage stench that clung to him no matter how often he scrubbed. When the sorting hat touched his head, the hall held its breath. Difficult, very difficult, the hat mused aloud. Cleverness to rival Ravenclaw, yes, the thirst to prove yourself, but where to put you? The pause stretched, agonizing, until Slytherin, the table draped in emerald and silver, erupted in applause, but the portraits exchanged glances. They'd heard it too, the way the hat's voice had wavered, as if something beneath the castle had stirred at the name. Tom noticed things others didn't. How the torches flickered when he passed, their flames bending toward him like worshippers. How the whispers in the walls sharpened into clarity when he pressed his ear to the stone. Once, in the library's restricted section, he found a ledger signed in Rowena's elegant script observations on the nature of magical bloodlines, and beside Salazar's name, a single sentence underlined thrice: "The heir alone may command the guardian." His fingers left smudges on the page that wouldn't fade, no matter how the librarian scrubbed. By his 5th year, the castle's tolerance wore thin. The suits of armor crossed their halberds when he walked by after curfew. The staircases pretended not to hear his muttered commands, redirecting him to dead ends. Even the ghosts grew skittish. Nearly headless Nick once floated straight through a wall rather than meet his gaze. But the real warning came from Helga's portrait near the kitchens. As Tom slipped past one night, her usually cheerful voice turned grave. "Some doors stay shut for a reason, dear," she murmured, her painted eyes tracking the locket gleaming at his throat. He ignored her, of course. The very next week, moaning Myrtle stopped moaning forever. The night he found the chamber, the castle itself seemed to hold its breath. The faucet with the serpentine engraving yielded to his command, the sink shuttering open to reveal a passage slick with damp. As he descended, the whispers became a chorus, not just in the pipes now, but in the stones, the air, the very marrow of Hogwarts. The Basilisk awaited him, a living monument to Salazar's wrath, its scales glinting like tarnished silver in the torchlight. "Speak to me, Slytherin," Tom whispered, and the statue's mouth yawned wide. High above, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's phoenix let out a single, piercing cry. The portraits didn't need to speak. The way Griffin-Dore's sword rattled in its frame said enough. The past wasn't dead. It had been biding its time, coiled in the dark, waiting for a boy with hollow eyes and a hunger sharper than any fang. Somewhere, beneath the Black Lake's surface, the castle's heart beat once. A warning, or perhaps a welcome. The heir had returned, and this time, the founders wouldn't be there to stop him. The Sorting Hat's voice, ancient and rasping like parchment, rubbed thin by time, curled through the great hall one last time that year, not in triumph, but in quiet reckoning. 4 souls bound by a dream, divided by its keeping. The melody wrapped around the students like mist, settling into the cracks between the stones, the spaces between heartbeats. High above, the enchanted ceiling swirled with storm clouds that never quite broke, as if the castle itself was holding its breath. Every face, first years gripping their house scarves, 7th years with their wands half raised in unconscious salute, turned toward the stool where the hat sat, its frayed seams glowing faintly with the echo of 1,000 sortings. The founders were gone, but their fingerprints remained, in the way the staircases shifted for a lost Hufflepuff, guiding them home, in the library's tendency to nudge certain books into Ravenclaw's paths, their pages falling open to precisely the right spell. Even the forbidden forest seemed to hush when a brave Griffin-Dore crossed its boundary, the branches parting just enough to let moonlight through, and beneath it all, in the damp silence of the chamber, the whisper of scales on stone, a reminder that not all legacies were kind. Yet the true magic of Hogwarts wasn't in its enchantments or its secrets. It was in the choices made under its roof. The Slytherin who stayed behind to help a rival house study, the Griffin-Dore who admitted fear, the Hufflepuff who dueled a troll to save a stranger. These were the spells the founders had truly woven, not with wands, but with trust and stubborn hope. Every year, as new students tumbled off the boats, wide-eyed and trembling, they became part of the same story, not as echoes of Godric, Helga, Rowena, or Salazar, but as something new. Something alive. The hat's final note hung in the air, trembling like a cobweb in the wind. For every end, a beginning waits, then, with a sigh, it's stilled. The feast began, laughter rising like sparks from a fire, and somewhere in the shadows, a portrait's painted eyes glimmered with something that might have been pride. Or perhaps it was just the candlelight, flickering against the gilt frame. After all, stories never truly end. They only pause, waiting for the next hand to turn the page.